Hey guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. Hey and welcome. I was going to go ahead and let the rest of it play through the stream starting soon beginning thing, but then I heard their voice. I heard his voice and I was like, "Oop, nope. We're going right now." Hi everybody. Welcome. Welcome. I have to go into the other. Hold on a second. Why is this not working? Hey Brenda. Hey Sherry, Miss King, Patricia, Margaret, Sherry. Oh, I think I said Sherry twice. That's okay. I love Sherry extra, I guess, today. All right, let me get my YouTube app on my phone is not wanting to work right. So for whatever reason, StreamYard will not show me like the chats prior to me clicking the go live button. And so I saw you guys chit-chatting in here, but now I can't see it because as soon as I hit the go live button, it only populates the comments after I hit the go live button in the StreamYard. It drives me crazy because I see you all but it won't show me the chats or comments. And it makes me very angry. Oops, Sarah Boone's ready. She's ready. Look at her. Like, getting ready to make her, you know. Hey, Adam. Welcome back. Getting ready to make her Pop-Tart debut, right? Hey, Henny says 5 hours of fame. They're not talking right now, Brenda. I mean, they are talking, but they don't have the audio on right now at this moment. She does wing, baby. She thinks she's hot stuff. Hot stuff, baby, yeah, tonight. Hot stuff, da-da-da-da-da. Sorry for my double glasses.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Connie Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there. Has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
2 juice packs, huh, Margaret?
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." and she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
He's going to try his best to
second
make
one is
everybody
Judge
just feel so
Before you
sorry for
Proceed with
her.
the second. Is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but it related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law on their own.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court, again, is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 7 2nd 750 at point 760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat.
Hi, Maria.
Whether a reasonable person would
Welcome.
perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres.
I'm sorry,
that was
Margaret.
Witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario,
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
for me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember
It is a
battering
court.
her the
Yep.
next day. That's part of the reason
I have
that
to
she
prove.
videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document.
The person to the right of him with the brown jacket and the long dark hair, is that female investigator?
She wants a life.
No, right? But it looks like her from here.
She started being beat on, and so that all ties in to her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she
No,
was
it's
so
not.
confident
Okay, I just
in
saw
that
her.
2-minute
But it
video
kind of
is
looked
because
like her
she
for a
knew,
minute.
okay,
I was like, wait a
this is
minute,
my
wait.
chance. He
What's
can't
going
get
on
to
here?
me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled. There are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years. And there was no overt act.
No, Adam, they're arguing something outside the presence of the jury before
Objectively
Sarah takes the
reasonable
stand.
to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not.
You're welcome.
That's what has
You're
occurred, that
welcome.
her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe, and then that's when she
No,
starts
not
beating
yet.
and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony.
Not a great
And the state
example
concedes
to
if she
use
wants to change
considering
her
what happened in
testimony again,
Kentucky, but
that's
okay.
one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified, Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question.
Lord
She
have
had
mercy. Can't she just take the stand?
Evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony.
Hey,
Dr.
Wayne.
Warner can say what was said during the evaluation.
Welcome
Again,
back.
Both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment. But it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard, it's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated, the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Nothing.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Right, Adam. She was in fear of a person zipped in a suitcase. Too funny. If you were in such fear, call 911. Don't go to bed. This lady cannot possibly defend this. Yeah. Right, Maria? So many rules. Yeah. I don't see how she's going to be able to keep from saying talk about any bad acts prior to what happened with the suitcase. I think straight out of the gate, she's going to want to place blame on him. Straight out of the gate. And talk about all the things that he's done to her.
Jury entering.
She doesn't even look nervous. That, to me, shows how narcissistic she is. She's ready to get on that stand. I would be a puddle of... I would just
Stacey,
be a
recognize our
puddle
jury.
of puddles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Wow. Here we go. Here we go. In a way, Maria, yeah, she's a little bit limited as to what she can say until a certain point.
That's the one you should give. Shall I the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, ma'am, you can
She
take a seat.
swears that she's
And if
gonna
you
tell the
could,
truth.
State and spell your name for the record for us.
Okay.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHEOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes,
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes,
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather, so
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay.
No,
And had y'all
Maria.
lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
So you and Brian were married, and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay.
The marital home.
Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met Jorge Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common, and I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me.
Pop-Tarts right there
and
next to you,
I
Sarah, and you can't even get them. Look.
just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot
Can't
of
even
nice
have 'em.
things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and
It's just the
I guess I
home that her and
felt
her husband
broken
lived
from being
in.
the process of the divorce
Marital,
that he knew
you know.
about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually, the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
I know. Who calls it
What
that?
was the
Lawyers.
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is
Unmerited
that in?
jail.
It's in Water Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes?
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially, were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes,
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
for the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
Her and George were never married, Henny.
I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up?
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time
Yeah,
I
Henny.
agreed to yes.
Boone is Brian's last name.
Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right? So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Approach. Yeah, Henny, Brian's last name is Boone. So they were married. And then, apparently divorced or whatever. And then she got with George. But usually, I don't know. I mean, here in the States, when you get divorced, most of the time women still keep the married last name until they remarry again. Or sometimes they'll have their name changed back to their maiden name, but it's a whole process you have to go through, Yay, finally, she's fixing the microphone. Okay, just making sure we're in real time.
Objection's overruled for now.
And we are.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech. let me
Sure
break
thing,
you up
Henny.
a little bit.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did.
Skylab,
for
welcome.
However long that it took.
Now we know what a suit and a nutcase look like.
So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and
There you go.
it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night?
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean?
yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right, so how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
Yes.
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right, what was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves.
Welcome back,
Just kind of
Steph. I knew you
relax
couldn't
and go with the
wait.
flow.
I knew you had to be here.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in
Oh,
the court
okay.
when the state played the video of you two and
So
the
they had the
Publix
2
purchasing
full
the bottle of
bottles.
wine?
Yes,
Is that what
Plus
you're
a half a
referring
bottle
to
in the
here with
fridge
jury
already
right
that
now?
we didn't know
Yes.
about.
Okay.
Or I didn't know
And that
about.
was around noonish?
Okay, I'm gonna zip it.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No,
Okay. So, y'all bought a bottle of wine?
yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car,
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have two,
And just, what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston
Absolutely,
Terriers.
Patricia.
And are they
Yeah.
both disabled?
That's why they went and got the other.
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the
Enjoying
job
each
that he
other's
had
company.
was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s, and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did, it was just for a moment.
All right, now whose phone were y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone calls?
It's he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters And then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes,
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
Or now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
She
it's not.
didn't during the interrogation, but I don't know if
And
she'll
then
say
after
she
that
did now or
phone
not.
call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over, and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day, what do you want for dinner, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing, and that was my understanding, and he said,
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay.
I agree,
At some
Patricia.
point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently, when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking,
For what?
cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
Yeah, like he needed to
So he
be,
comes back with the
needed a
other
change
bottle
of
wine,
scenery.
and did he want you to
That
drink
kind of
with
thing.
him?
It was expected, yes.
Yeah. And you agreed to consume the wine, the
Hey,
second
Toxic.
bottle with him?
Yes,
Yeah, and
So
in
over
my
the course
opinion,
of that
she
evening,
probably
drinking
sent
the
him
wine,
for the bottle
What
of
did y'all
wine.
do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but
it was kind of a regular thing where, I would always try to come up with, entertaining activities for George, and, I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
did you, every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess,
Pop Tart Pollyanna.
doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and,
And drink.
paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Is there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes,
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes,
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes,
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
And your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs, you have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying,
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
yes,
Did you wait?
yes, for quite some time.
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania. who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right. And I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes.
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
Hi,
Since
Mystical.
we had
Welcome.
moved in.
Welcome
Is there
to
a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master
Crazy
closet,
town.
The master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you were gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then,
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height.
How
And
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes,
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
yes,
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
yes,
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got up to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny, and we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the.
I mean, Ween Baby, I hate to stop it and interrupt, but I mean, really, if you kind of think about it, I didn't think she would be, but they have to have her, whatever her weight was when she was arrested. I mean, they take your stuff, right? But she, if you remember her in the interrogation room, she was pretty thin. I mean, and if she's 5'3", her arms were like bean poles and her legs too. So, I mean, it's possible. But I don't know.
Suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there, and then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase, just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how
Exactly,
I knew he was in there, was
Rich.
because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
He had
Absolutely.
gotten in there to hide, and he pulled the top.
Yes,
I'm talking
Yes,
about. But
India.
You could tell he was in there.
Yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up? Did
yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
I just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes,
Did I miss something?
well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over, so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping, so,
It was upside down.
yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time, or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
Why did you say all that?
She's probably blinking like that because she's not being truthful. That's probably why. Blink, blink, blink. Blink, blink, blink. I am toxic. I think she's going to come out swinging, saying the words, "It wasn't intentional. It was horrific." Horrific, I tell you. Horrific. Right winds. Yeah, I've heard that. Hi, and welcome all the new folks popping in. I'm glad to have you join us over here. We're a small, fun bunch.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
And hi.
talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that
Now she's getting ready to get into the
you had some
prior
anger?
stuff.
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video. It was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So
We
between
got to figure out a way, Toxic,
2-minute
to get that,
video and the 22
like a
second
permanent
video,
link in there. It
is an
keeps
11-minute
changing on
period.
me to,
Did you tell the jury what happened?
We continue to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was, the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through, his hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this, please stop doing this to me, please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase,
Yes,
and you went to the suitcase
yes,
and shook it.
yes,
Did that force his hand to go back in?
no.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes,
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes,
Was he trying to get out?
forcefully, yes,
Was he angry at you?
yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did
Her
you lose
britches
the
are
grip on the
smoking.
suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet?
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand,
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And
She is so full
you
of
said you poked
crap.
him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here.
Like it was a friggin' mouse or
and then
something.
The barrel of the bat.
She's
the big part
full
the
of
bat is
crap.
here.
Correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase
with this
around
one.
it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually,
Yeah, I deleted it because I think it may have
did
been.
his hand go back
trollish.
inside from you doing?
Yes, finally.
Also,
he
Steph,
had
you can
subsided and retracted his hand.
So in
If
your
you can
mind, did you
moderate
prevent
that,
him from attacking?
moderate that for me. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing, he wasn't threatening, his hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes,
and we saw the second video,
yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again.
yes,
I agree,
And you hear
Amanda.
him say, "Sarah,"
100%.
yes,
had you left enough room
Yep.
for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
Jeez.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Yeah, Rich.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no,
Really? No. Okay.
Were you trying to kill him?
never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
True, Patricia. True. Just like
Well,
all the
he's-
other times before, right?
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Hi, Sarah. They're right there in the top right-hand corner for her. She can just reach up and snatch one if she wants
Ms.
one.
Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what, the threat you heard was
He's going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Approach. Got a little bit of a sidebar city. Sidebar city. Yeah, she tried to put her hand out for them, but we pushed it back down, kind of like how he put his hand out of that suitcase, and she smacked his fingers with the baseball bat. How many of y'all are buying her story? Is anybody buying her story? Because I'm not. Put a 1 in the chat if you're like, you are a liar. Put a 1 in the chat. Yeah. If you think she's a liar. One.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14.
That's what I thought.
I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not
Good
conduct any
Lord,
independent
really?
investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Lord have mercy. This is like pulling teeth. This is like pulling teeth today, y'all. God. Yeah, I bet Owens is about to get yelled at. Something good's fixing to happen. Something good in the neighborhood.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is She comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs.
You're
and
it.
Before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, "Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe." He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act. And therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, "I need to get out, I can't breathe." She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats, He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples.
Hey, P. Lola, the
let's
jury is
say-
not there. The jury, they've excused the jury
That a police officer
for the moment.
is called to a scene, and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect, and the suspect may be armed. So, of course, the officer pulls out his revolver, and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Okay, so I was just reading a really good explanation from Kathy Russin over on the Twitters. I love her. She says, a little explanation of what's happening now. The jury was sent out. And then it says Boone had to testify to certain things before the defense was allowed to get into battered spouse syndrome. She had to testify to overt acts. That's what this argument is about right now. State says what she has said doesn't qualify. So he's arguing that it does qualify. And now the judge has to rule on that. So, anyway, who knows how long this will take. Let me see. Steph said, we'll look at some of these comments. Steph said, this only proves that her engaging and not going to bed at any point prior than the suitcase all had some kind of evil intent. So for me, I feel like it probably did. It was probably some stupid, I bet I could fit in that suitcase. And she's like, oh, I bet you can't. And he tries to prove her wrong. And he gets in the suitcase. And then zips himself up, and she's like, ha ha. Now she's being mean, like, you want out and I'm in control now, baby. You're not getting out. And do I think she intended for him to die inside that suitcase? Probably not. But at the same time, she had to know, if you go upstairs and lay down on that bed, you're going to pass out, ma'am. If you go upstairs, and lay down in that bed, you know you're going to pass out. And she's probably like, I'll let him out in a few minutes. And then, poof, the next thing she knows, it's 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. She goes downstairs and, oh my God. Right? Horrible. Horrific, like she said. Absolutely horrific. And I don't think that she intended. He got himself in that suitcase. She could not have forced him into that suitcase, right? She could not have forced him into that suitcase. He put himself in that suitcase. But I think she, was just mad at him and wanted to let him have it for a little bit. Maybe scare him a little bit, especially when he's saying, babe, I can't breathe. And that's where we see the video, how she felt, that's how I feel when you cheat on me. That's how I feel when you choke me. That's how I feel when blah, blah, blah. So, but this whole, she knows she's screwed. That's why she's pulling this whole battered spouse thing. Now, I do agree that they both fought with each other, Their relationship was a toxic one. But I'm not buying the battered spouse syndrome thing. And I'm not buying that she was that it was self-defense. I'm not buying that either. I think she wanted to hi James. That comment, yes. Why is my thing doing the Lodi circle spinny wheel of death thing? I don't like that. James says he put himself in the suitcase and she took advantage of it. She wanted to teach him a lesson. Even if she's able to use battered spouse as a defense, the tape is too damning for her to get off. Exactly. Yeah. Jessica says, what I don't understand is what was that extremely loud thing the neighbors heard? Did she push him down the stairs while inside the suitcase? So I'm a little bit confused on that too. I'm not going to lie. I thought that he had climbed inside the suitcase upstairs. Like it was in the closet and they'd taken it outside of the closet because they were planning to, donate it or whatever. And he, I don't know. I don't know if he got in it upstairs and she dumped him down the stairs, because the neighbors said the way that the noise was, it sounded like it came down the stairs. Like it started up here, a big thump, and then it ended down from inside their apartment vantage point. It sounded like it started here and ended up down here. So that would make sense. But I don't know. Rich says she beat his hand back in. That's the case right there. Yeah, right? And honestly, how afraid of him are you going to be if it's just a hand coming out of the suitcase and she's like, ooh, ooh, get back in there, get back in there, like poking at him with the bat? No, I don't believe that. I think she went Carrie Underwood on that suitcase with that ball bat. By Carrie Underwood, I mean, took a Louisville Slugger to both headlights or whatever. Forget the name of the song. But yeah, I think she, he either got the injuries to his shoulder. Well, there were several areas on his body that they shown that had blunt force trauma injury before he cheats. That's right, Patricia. Yeah. But he had several injuries we saw on the diagram and on the actual photos that they half showed yesterday. And he had the injuries to his shoulder and other parts, but I don't know, did that happen from the ball bat or did it happen from tumbling down the stairs in the suitcase? Right? I don't know. And the truth of the matter is, will we ever get the truth of the matter? Because according to Sarah, we're just going to hear her version of events, the ones that are made up after the fact. The whole, he was going to end me. I don't buy it. Let me see. So many ways she could have avoided this before it started, and then her behavior afterward seals it. I don't care how drunk she was. What did she think would happen when he got out? I know, right? I don't know. Miss King says, I would think he would have had more injuries than what he had if he went down the stairs. I would think that too. I mean, tumbling down the stairs. I mean, of course, if he's drunker than a monkey, he's going to be more loose and not so super stiff. You know how they say when people have car accidents or whatever, that the ones that are intoxicated, can sometimes come out a little bit smoother out of the situation because they're not instantly like stiffen up during the accident. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just something that I've heard. So I'm kind of thinking the same thing along the same lines, falling down the stairs in the suitcase. But I don't know. Fresh blood. Rich said, yeah, there was some fresh blood in that suitcase. Steph said, I guess she thought her wordiness worked for her getting an attorney, so she thinks it'll work for her with a whole balloon knot jury. Yeah, this jury's not going to, they're not, I don't think they're going to buy it. Sarah says, if she was scared of him getting out, why would you go to bed and sleep in the off chance he would get out and come after you? Right. If she was really scared, she would have left him in the suitcase, right? And saw that as an opportunity to call 911 and say, come get him. I'm scared he's going to do something, and I don't want to let him out of the suitcase. The prosecution does not seem to be taking about him going down the stairs either. Gail said, I always thought that the suitcase started upstairs and she pushed him down. That's kind of what I thought, but I've gotten like confusing about the scenarios. I don't know. Jessica says, I guess I'm confused when the recordings took place before or after the ball bat. I think there were two different videos. There was the one that we all watched over and over all these years, but then there was another video that they showed yesterday that was like a few minutes later. But it was a very short snippet of him still in the suitcase, and that was it. Rich says, I wonder if her ex will be called to testify against her. Well, her ex was actually on the stand for the prosecution on day one. He was one of the first. I mean, not the first one, but he was one of the first witnesses to take the stand. Now, I'm sure that they're going to call him back in her defense, but or I don't mean in her. I don't know if the defense will call him back, or if the prosecution will call him. Well, the state's case is over, so I don't know. The state's case is over, Rich. The state, unless they call him for rebuttal, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know for y'all, but victim blaming someone who's deceased and unable to speak his version of the night in a public setting is an ick. Yeah, if no victim blaming allowed here. She is a terrible subhuman being. She did what she did on purpose. Yeah, I think so too, Jessica. The fresh blood in the suitcase could have been from him asphyxiating. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Poof. I don't know. I just kind of wonder in her brain. I hate to be in Sarah's brain. Oh my God. But let's just go there for a second and think. Okay. If you woke up from passing out a drunken night of whatever they did, whether they did arts and crafts and puzzles and finger paintings and whatever, whether they did it or not, I don't know. But when you wake up in the morning and you're like, stretch and, oh yeah, good stretches. And then you get up and you go, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, make the coffee. In her mind, was the first thing she thought those things, or is the first thing she thought?
State of Florida.
Oh, they're
versus
back.
Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Shore on behalf of the state.
Reinstate the state.
Defense.
James Olmos from Miss Boone.
Connie Henderson from Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by. Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
we need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now
Yes.
so that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So
All right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the court go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it here? This first is identification. defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries to the leg.
Mr. Owens left what?
The leg.
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate conviction, et cetera, is laid, we don't have specific objections to case.
Okay.
Identification, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate conviction, we have no specific objection.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M, for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Because relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Judge, this is where he took a bath. It's 5 photographs where he took a bath to TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on the
Sarah's.
state's exhibit 2, we're not objecting to that,
Okay.
as long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P. P, identification, defense identification P is 2 photographs of an incident in which
No objection, as long as foundation is laid, et cetera.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
these elect-
Okay, heads up, guys. So yeah, I got a thing here. It says Kathy Rustin reposted, and it says Judge did rule in favor of Sarah Boone's defense. It says they have established the necessary overt act by the law, the finger sticking out of the suitcase, to move forward with the battered spouse defense. So that's what they're gearing up for. Also, some massive breaking news in Delphi. So later tonight, I'm probably going to do a separate live stream tonight regarding Delphi. Apparently the jury watched that video, the bridge guy video, but it was not what everybody has been told all these years. Allegedly, I mean, this is from Yellow Jacket, Corn Dog Court on Twitter. I'm just going to read this and then we'll get back to this Boone thing. It says, insane reports coming out after that infamous 43-second video shown once by state today. Did we all get trolled by Indiana State Police? And then she's got several little push pins, like bullet points. First bullet point says, guys down the hill is not heard anywhere in the 43-second video the state claims is the last communication on her phone. Some reports claiming it may have cut off at the 40-second mark, so maybe it's still there? Question mark. Next bullet point says, victims were not scared and not intentionally recording a man way off in the distance who cannot even be seen. Victims were playful and casually conversational, taking a quick video of Abby on the bridge. Abby can be heard saying something like, there's no path, the trail ends, we can go down here, or we can go down here. You never see bridge guy. Seems no confirmation bridge guy closed in on them or there was a confrontation. Zero mention of anything that sounds like gun or anything ominous, because there was some speculation that there was something about, you could hear one of the girls say something about a gun, but that was never confirmed or anything. The defense is pushing for answers regarding a discrepancy in the video's metadata, latitude, longitude. So anyway, yeah, I'm probably going to be doing a live stream about this tonight because jeez, oh Pete. I don't even know what to say about that. All right, let's get back to Sarah Boone. Just wanted you guys to know. They did watch it in the courtroom. Today, yes, Pilola. Yeah, they watched it in the Delphi trial in the courtroom today. The jury saw the 40-some second video. But something's fishy with that. Something's not right. Exactly. Where did down the hill come from? I don't know.
These next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is one photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn delay. This was, I think, a slap or something, or a hand delay, not the burn.
Okay. No objection, foundation, lead.
With regard to Q, no objection, so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection, as long as foundation lead.
It just
Objection to
blows my
R, so long
mind.
as foundation is laid.
Blows my mind.
S
Same for S.
for identification.
W.
Let's zoom through all of
X.
this
Same for Y.
evidence,
Into
inclusion.
evidence.
Oh, God, they got big
Monster
old,
purposes,
look at
but it
this,
will not be
y'all. They
accepted.
got big old
Presumably.
dang old poster
Was the
boards.
staircase already in
Check
evidence?
this out.
Evidence is
What the heck?
To handle the 8.5 by 11.
If it's, allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then
Oh my God.
identification C.
Same thing. Same photographs.
That was it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase. Okay.
Ooh,
For the
Amanda's
same reasons,
testifying.
You can utilize it for demonstrative
Ooh.
purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
Okay. D for identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital exhibit.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only. Purposes only.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, same ruling. If my court finds it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defendant on the porch with the 2 dogs?
Yes?
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
That a B? Same.
It was, as defense M, relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
I know
But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, oh, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Do we have body cams? Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got 2 deputies out there.
Okay.
Um,
Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
No, sir?
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
One moment.
Sure.
Ah, you guys, we broke 800 subscribers over here. Wow, you guys.
Okay. If we can
Nice.
bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once
802
she is
subscribers.
seated,
Thank you,
we can
thank you,
bring back
thank
in
you.
our
You
panel.
guys are amazing. Amazing. Rich, I don't know. I don't know. I doubt it, but you never know. You really don't know.
Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
All right, the jury is coming back in. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Makes a girl feel good, right? Ah, Margaret. Love you, honey. Steph does not know what MWF means. She's like, what are you talking about? She probably don't even realize there's another stream going on at the same time.
Jury entering.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss King coming in with the Bev's bangs. The court reporter's skirt and jacket is very pretty.
State you recognize our jury.
Very pretty.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
She has, Kel, she's still on the stand testifying. They've just come back from a break. But she's been testifying for what, guys? Maybe the last hour or so?
Ms. Boone? So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband?
Yes.
All All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
True. Incriminating herself. Yeah. True, true,
I
true.
ended up falling asleep.
Okay.
You mean passing out?
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Oh my God. She said not intentionally. She just said it on the stand. Not intentionally. She's talking about sleeping in, but it wasn't intentional.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left.
She was motivated to go downstairs.
And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all
To
only
look
have
for
the son's laptop,
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase,
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
no, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
Terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now?
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and
What color was he?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt the seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
No.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did
That's
he
a
walk
great
in?
question.
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
That's a great question,
Call
Sherry. I don't
911.
remember if they
Is
said
that the recording we've
that
heard
there
here
was
in
evidence
this
of
trial?
that or
Yes.
not. Hi, John. Welcome. And absolutely, right? They say that you'll even have broken ribs.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person.
Mm-hmm.
George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point, it was from wine we could afford vodka, so a lot of the times he would take my car and my debit card and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Object.
Approach.
You guys, my husband is giving me all kinds of it right now. He come in from work just now and he said, "What's up, Trace Atkins?" I looked at him and I'm like, "What?" He called me Trace Atkins. He said, "I come home and every light in the house is on." I'm like, "Shut up. Don't be," he's like, "Even the back porch lights are on." I'm like, "Hey, leave me alone, I'm sorry." Trace Atkins. Hey, God. What are they waiting on for her right now? I was just talking to him for the last couple seconds. I don't know what they're waiting on. What are they sidebar citying about? Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that.
You're already together 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is there times
appreciate that.
when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
quite often.
And Amanda,
But
it's
you're not
her
personally witness?
attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
As long as you show it to the state first, please.
Sarah Zero Accountability Boone. Pete Lola says, "Why is this judge going soft?"
Exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those
Bouncing.
photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes,
Do they show injuries to your body?
yes,
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
yes,
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
on this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't, it was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't,
but you're sure that that's you?
yes.
Is that the injuries that he, what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You're gonna have to answer the question. Explain. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I get you back just in a word, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Henderson.
You may do so.
Right, this is Maxwell Joseph.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to, there you go.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were you all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of Jorge Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3. You may, sir.
Oh, that's a great question, John. I don't remember them saying anything, but yeah.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck, and my phone in his crotch area, and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at it. I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him, and there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys, no one's going to fucking come into this house, and he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Looks like S, but Madam Clerk,
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or was it on, still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury with the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer identification L into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
Permission.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It was
Okay.
extremely
Is this-
painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
My thigh, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit of identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell them.
So, George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George was drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner, and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time, I don't know the reason why.
100% that comment right there, John. 100%. We've seen the photos, obviously. She was abused. And shame on him for that, But it doesn't excuse what happened to him. That doesn't excuse it at all. Nobody should lay a hand on anybody. Personal opinion, right? Not in that sort of, in an abusive fashion. But it doesn't excuse what she did to him. It doesn't. And I'm sorry to Sarah Boone that she had to go through, any of the physical abuse. I'm sorry that he had to go through the physical abuse. Toxic relationships do not mesh together. They don't. And I get that. Steph. She says, unfortunately, in real cases of abuse, it's not so easy to extricate from that mindset, and it's being normal to you, right? I get that. And I understand, leaving isn't always is easier said than done, right? I understand that. There's just no excuse for what she did to him. So.
So,
Hey, Chaloon, good to see you, girlie.
I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat, so I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911, please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious, this is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just let me, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink. And I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't.
Okay, did you guys catch that? Did you catch that? That they came up with a story that they were play sword fighting. That she came up with a story that they were play sword fighting. Exactly, Rich. She admits to making silly stories up. Kind of like the silly story you made up about playing hide and seek? Sarah? Really? Okay. We see you. We see you. Mm-hmm.
So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you these? All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound? And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, could you step down and show me?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this bar.
They can probably see it from there.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
Kel's got it figured out.
I'm sure.
Kel's like, yeah, you
I
can,
know that
Steph.
I've been
Yeah, you
drinking. This is
can.
one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he-
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
Sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
Aw,
Tell
Steph.
us what happened.
I love that.
I'm
Yeah, you give him your
sleeping
full
in the bed,
attention, ma'am. Your
sound
full
asleep.
attention.
And he comes
I
into
demand
the
it.
room and
Yeah.
grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And
Awesome, Mom.
from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked state's exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You, for identification?
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fuck you, and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch," and he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you get
blacked
knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp? With
Stomp.
his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, we ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as U will be received without objection as defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the beginning. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, would you
Hey,
treat
welcome
this
back,
or
Renee.
did you self-treat?
Hi, Dawn. Welcome.
Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I
Hi,
just
Steve.
cleaned it up
Welcome. Welcome.
and put a Band-Aid on it.
Ugh, I would be sick
All right, I'm showing
if it
you
ended in a hung jury.
identification.
I would be sick.
Defense identification, you recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
You remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
I'm
Yep.
eager for the prosecution,
You
yes.
George
Cross.
Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be thinking.
Identification W into evidence.
It was pre-marked as W, will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. Going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, the side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom sometimes, he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our
Stephen, I love your
200
profile
pound
picture.
dresser
That's
that
cute.
we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and then punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in the
It was pre-marked as X, will be received without objection as
All right,
Defense
you guys,
Exhibit
I'm going
11.
after another cup of coffee. I'm going to have it to put up with this person. I don't know.
part I'm showing you. This exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
You recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020,
yes,
and do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene? Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this wound right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, they took, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out, when,
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
Pleasure to count those.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Was that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. most fair and accurate depictions
Yes,
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on.
Coffee.
And I don't remember how.
Hot coffee.
George found out that Brian had come over, I believe because it was actually fixed, and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he? Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat.
Really?
And that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Ooh, we have another video.
Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and I have as a single photo.
We're moving in O, okay. All right, what was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George, that particular day, holding the bat.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
showing you identification N. Would you recognize that?
It's my living room in the stairwell.
All right, were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And I'm going to try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No. It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant's 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got his little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Okay. And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that, we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, no, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here, and then he has a beer.
All right. And there's 2 dogs, there's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up.
Okay. Side note, another retweet. Well, Surviving the Survivor podcast is who tweeted it, and then Kathy Russin retweeted it. It says, in an unexpected plot twist, multiple sources telling me Sarah Boone's girlfriend is in the gallery. The 2 reportedly met while in jail. Could explain some of the smiling that she's doing.
I have to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
Guess so. I mean, but apparently that
This is Tess. on the
girlfriend
back
has
porch.
been released or,
Taking
got
a
out
nap.
of
She's
jail
never
or
far
whatever.
from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did you
Gail,
treat
I'm
the
assuming girlfriend.
Nice.
The lova kind.
I don't know if he was a.
This is lova.
girl?
But I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
all the time.
You're going to have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep, or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Okay, Adam. Thanks for coming and
He
hanging
tried
out
to
with us
have some
today.
type
I
of
appreciate
hold
it.
over me,
Control?
and he knew I loved my
Hope
dogs
that you
very
come
much,
back later tomorrow.
especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just,
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of a dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection.
I didn't think
as
about
defense
that, Miss
16.
King. You're probably right. And Renee, that's a good point too. I was going to say that a while ago. Renee says the only problem is George isn't here to refute her claims. She can say anything about him. I pity his family. Kudos to them that they don't harpoon her, right? But yeah, I mean, and again, I'm not going to say that he wasn't abusive to her. I believe he was, physically, mentally, verbally, whatever kind of way. But he's not here to say, no, it didn't happen that way. This is what happened, blah, blah, blah. You know? I don't know. All right, let's continue. I knew that her testimony was going to be much like this. I knew that she was going to put every bit of the blame on him with the whole battered spouse, the self-defense, all that stuff. Yeah.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again into the back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Sexual relevance.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol you are consuming,
Yes.
and this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs?
Hey, P. Lola, I'm doing fine. I'm doing great.
Maybe 9.
Just blown away by this heifer. She's a whole heifer.
You approach.
Yes.
Right, Renee? She said, why do we need to know she called her kid Bunny Rabbit? Even evil people love their kids, so what? I missed where she said she called her kid Bunny, but I think I remember that from a previous whatever. I don't know, y'all. She's a lot. She's a lot. Right, Chaloon. What does the bunny? Well, because when she first started her testimony, they would ask her a question, like a simple yes or no question, and she would start on a big long rant. Not literal rant, but a big long way around it just to get to the yes. She just likes to talk. And yeah, Kel, right, she's trying to appear human by saying those things. You know as well as I do that her attorney Owens has told her, listen, the public does not like you. Not even a little bit. I mean, sure, you got the people out there who are always rooting for the underdog or the person, that has committed some kind
All
of
right, members of
heinous
the jury,
act.
it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands.
They want to get it over
We
with,
may
Judge.
have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time.
It's because he knows that
Sees
she's
no
going to keep
hands.
her whole mouth
Ma'am,
going.
Are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them up.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good.
Good
Thank you very
deal,
much.
juror.
I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Wow, they're going
Yes,
to go
sir.
a whole more 2 hours, you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break now.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Right, Gail? Right about the 5 o'clock thing, yeah. Yeah. He gonna keep on going. She gonna keep on going. She gonna go and go and go and go and go. It's 4:03. WTF did the day go? I know, right, Amanda?
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time.
That's a good point,
All right,
too.
Court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
That's a good point, Renee. Steph, my son and his girlfriend are into the legal field. He said once many sociopaths love their kids as their kids are extensions of themselves. Good point. Yes. Right, Steph. Evil people only love their kids because half of that kid is themselves. Yikes. Yikes. It's been a crazy day. Lots of interview audio from stuff going on in the Melody Walker Ferris trial. I've got to catch up on that tonight, too, at some point. I'm streaming it, but I'm not able to listen to both it and Sarah Boone at the same time. I do listen in just to, keep check on breaks and stuff like that. But it's quiet over there. It's quiet over there in that trial, except for Nightbot. Nightbot comes in every 10 minutes with the trigger warning. It's like boom, 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 one after the next. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on it just in case they happen to end early or whatever, go on a break. But they're going to let Sarah Boone go take her a quick potty break too. Chalene, I didn't think about that. Chalene said, I hope her son isn't being bullied during all this. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Because all the kids at school know her mom's the one. Her mom is Suitcase, or his mom is Suitcase Sarah. right? Ms. King says, I think the defense is trying to make it to where she won't get cross-examined today. Maybe. Very possible. But good Lord, is she going to go on for another full 2 hours? Surely to God not, right? I think he's thinking that they're going to want to get this finished up. I don't know, though. I don't know. Renee says, Chaluna, hope not. His dad seems like a good, responsible parent, hoping he got him into a new school. Well, I don't know that it matters what school he goes to. Everybody's going to know by his last name, you know, who his mother is. Gail said, I tried to do both, but I couldn't diamond paint. Yeah, there's no way that I could, commentate like I am with you guys here on the Sarah Boone trial and over there. So over there, I'm basically just checking in, you know. But there's people over there. It says there's 17 sets of eyeballs over there, but nobody's chatting in the chat. So, pity the legal matron who is responsible for taking Booney to the pot. Oof. Me too, Chaloon. I would say just homeschool me. I'm not going. Mm-mm. She'd go on for the next 2 decades, 100%. She likes to talk, and she likes to hear herself talk. And she honestly, literally, I think in her delusional brain, thinks that those jurors are sitting there feeling sorry for her. Which, no doubt, they probably have a little, sympathy for her for what she's been talking about with the abuse and stuff. I get that. Anybody that's human would, right? But it still does not excuse what happened to George. It doesn't. If you want to boil it down to just the bottom of the pot, right? What it amounts to, they were both drunk. He was being goofy. In my opinion, he was being goofy. Look, babe, I can fit myself in a suitcase. And she's like, yeah, go ahead, George. Let me zip you up. And then she gets him in there. And then she's like, you know what? I ain't gonna let you out because you did this to me. You did that to me. You did this to me. You did that to me. You can just stay in there. You know it? You can just stay in there for a few hours and I'll let you out when I'm good dang ready. And she goes upstairs, passes out, gets up the next morning and is like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. To me, it's no different than she should be treated the same, just like a drunk driver, Yeah, it was accidental, I'm sure. It wasn't intentional, Sarah, but you did it, and you should have to pay for it. Just like a drunk driver who gets behind the wheel of a car and kills somebody, You think so, Renee? I don't know that I feel that way. I don't know that I feel like she did it. I don't know that I feel like she literally intended for him to die. But maybe she did. Renee says, I just have zero sympathy for her, and I'm a survivor of the most severe DV abuse. I just get sick when I think of his death. Yeah. Chaloon says, I'm glad you're here with us, Renee, and you are safe now. Yes, yes, yes. She does seem hate-filled. I agree with that. She definitely is. Yep. Then in the interrogation, there was no sign of any concern for his demise. No, I agree with that. I agree. I feel like you would have to, it was hateful and mean for her to have left him in there with him saying, I can't breathe, honey. Let me out, Sarah. That was evil that she wouldn't let him out. I don't know that I think she went to bed with the intention of him dying. But then again, you never know. Maybe she did. And maybe it was her. Maybe she's like, here's my opportunity and I'm going to take it and act like it was an accident. Who knows? Who knows? Her drunken alter ego, right, Rich? Right, Chaloon. She was more concerned about getting her phone back and her stuff than what she did. Than the fact that he died. She did say one time, I miss him. During the interrogation, she said something like, I've not been able to sleep because I miss him or something. I'm like, really? Yeah, I don't know that many people could do what she did, Renee, to be honest. There's no way. No way. Mm-mm. No. I don't think so either. Oh, wow, Chaloon. Chaloon says, I think she knew he would die in there and she couldn't stomach the noises, so out of sight, out of mind. Makes me sick. Maybe. And see, I'm the naive one. I'm the one that's like, meh. I'm very naive. I'll admit that. And so maybe in my mind, it's easier for me to think she didn't intend to do it. It was accidental. But I don't know. I mean, with her defense, she's trying to say she kept him in there because she was afraid he was going to hurt her when he got out. I mean, Chaloon said, keep that mindset, Jenny. It's easier to live life that way mostly. Sherry said she probably slept on top of the suitcase. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm. James, that's wow. You guys come in with some of the best comments. James says on the video, she said, that's how it feels when you choke me. That speaks to abuse. But then she says, that's how it feels when you cheat on me. That speaks to revenge. He did have pressure points on his body, Sherry. Yeah. Yeah. We saw those, didn't we? Oh, and another little bit of an update. Apparently they're vacating Lori Vallow's trial for Charles Vallow's death because apparently she's going to be seen by 2 doctors or have evaluations or something to see if she's mentally incapable. or mentally, however you want to say that, mentally not well. So I can tell you she's mentally not well, but I don't know that. I think she's more evil than anything else. You want to talk about evil? Lori Vallow. That's who's evil. She's evil. Pure, plain, and simple. Mm-hmm. Chaloon said if she wanted to get even, then she should have just slept with a guy. Still not good, but better than killing him, right? Yeah, he did have strange bruising. He had blunt force injuries to his body. We were talking about that earlier today during the stream, and we were discussing whether or not this occurred by the suitcase rolling down the stairs, or did it occur with the baseball bat? I don't know. Patricia Wright, people come in with the best comments. I know it. I know it. I love my group. I love my group. My OGs and the new peeps. Chat's your favorite part. Miss King says agreed. She is evil. Even TS. What I should know what that means. Maybe even though she's mentally not well. She's evil, that's for sure. I'm not going to say she's not mentally. Oh, if. Yeah. She is absolutely evil. Chaloon says equal with the commentary from Jenny and QB and the guests that come on from time to time. Ah, you're sweet. You're sweet. Super, super sweet. All right, come on. Pee or get off the pot, Sarah Boone and jurors. Pee or get off the pot. I don't know that I've heard, Renee, as far as her son goes, someone had said a while back, I can't remember where I seen it or read it or heard it or whatever, but that he used to go see her in the jail and now he doesn't even go see her anymore. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. She's going to say the hand dryer attacked her in the washroom. Look out. Some of those hand dryers can be a little bit violent, you know. I'm not even kidding. I'm talking about those newfangled ones that like dry your hands in a nanosecond. It's like whenever you watch it, it's cool to watch though, because you'll be watching your hand and it's like looks like big dents in it, and you're like, ooh, that's cool. And I'm like, ooh, with my hands under those blow dryers. They're like, those are crazy. Those are crazy. Who can blame the kid if he is getting teased in school? Can't blame him at all. I wouldn't either. Like a sonic jet. Yes, Chaloon. It's crazy. Oh, did you just see what the judge did? Hold on, let me rewind it. Watch him. He must have a plugged up ear. Watch. Did you see that? Watch him. Yep. He must have his ears be plugged up.
Sarah Boone. State.
Dave Ketchum on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the truth.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ween baby, right?
Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you
Ew.
back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Whole bottle of lotion after I use those dryers. Now Ween baby's got me grossed out. Dry your hands with dirty bathroom air. Ooh.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do it.
Probably plugged up with her lies, right?
Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry. I thought we lost.
Hey, Billy. Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. All right. Are we going to have to settle in for another hour and a half worth of Sarah Boone? Oh, my God. I don't know. This is going to be treacherous.
Jury entering.
She's smiling at her girlfriend like that, Renee. Her girlfriend's in the gallery. They're flirting with each other.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
I love lurkers and workers, Billy. And now they're approaching. Good Lord. She took long enough in the ladies' room. Wow. A girlfriend in the gallery. A girl gets more romance than I do as a free woman. I wonder if her girlfriend knows the truth. Who knows? Who knows?
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room, this is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D,
Amen, Renee. Amen. Jaloon, you read that, honey. You read that.
identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
She said I meant high standards. Keep on thinking of hands after all the potty talk. So now they're putting those big, ginormous poster boards up in front of up in front of their faces, so that
Knife one?
you know, they can make sure that they get a good bird's eye view of what she went through. Which I'm sorry if she did. I hate that for her. I want to know if there's verification though that he actually did stab her with a knife. Like, has that confirmed? Or could it be that she said he did it when actually she cut it on a piece of metal or something? Who knows?
Identification H, this is the eye. Identification I. Face shot
Yes.
with the lip, the eyebrow. Identification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce a little bit. Ms. Boone. I'm gonna go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then I think, did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about telling something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February, or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
Explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard,
I absolutely do.
and it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police,
Yes.
and other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye,
Stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came, and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
The 2-minute video, the suitcase video. You mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe, and you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the point about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay with him?
As
You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate, and you endure, and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through. To serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he was very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So, yes.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where You told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Yes, ma'am, Margaret. We are still
The
live.
moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me. I feel that you're being very sneaky about something, and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station,
I did.
and the original agreement was they were to come to you.
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply stopped getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Hey, Margaret. Sounds like things are getting a little bit crazy over there for you, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Miss Boone? Miss Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated, or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety,
At all times.
but especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Objection non-responsive. Yes or no?
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him, it
Okay,
wasn't
Steph,
fun
thanks
anymore
for
when we
coming
were
and
drinking,
hanging
we
out with
would
us today. It was good to have you
hang out on the
here.
back porch. It wasn't fun anymore
Tell Aiden
because
hi
I knew
for us.
inevitably that something was going to happen to me, one way or another.
Love you.
Miss Boone, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
saying? I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just, I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him, and I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I
Right,
didn't
Gail.
die. I would have died.
I
Or
got
I would
yet
have
time
been
for you. I'm
disfigured or
busy.
maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him, if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Ooh,
George knows somebody named Crystal.
cross the fire out of her.
Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Roach.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing
Okay.
it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5
She's looking at that
liters.
bottle like, oh, that looks good. I wish I could have some of that right now.
And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Let's do right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5-liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they
Two.
empty the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, so what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay. All right. Now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes?
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes?
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Oh, hey, Brenda.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed. And
Welcome back,
You can
Adam.
tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Hi, M. Dell.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No?
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Mm.
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time.
Hey,
How
Lauren.
quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know.
Doug, the football guy. Right.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What, 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
I like Dr. G. Yeah. I also love the guys over there on the behavior panel. The 4 guys. I love the behavior panel. Yeah, she's not feeling this cross-examination. She's like, mm.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
They're doing better, Lauren. Thanks for asking, honey.
Say it one more time, please.
Little one
Between
went to
these
school
two
today.
movies,
Big
of
one
which there's
stayed
about 9
home,
minutes and
but
14
yeah.
seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out.
Yeah,
of
the
suitcase,
behavior
correct?
guys. That's it.
Been
Yeah.
throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, and arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
That's what it sounded like she
You
said,
know very
Brenda.
well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Ooh.
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now, this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over to begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m., 31 seconds with her device.
Yeah, it might be. I can't remember if it's I think it's the behavior panel. Yeah. If I said guys, it could, but there's 4 guys, and their like thumbnails are all like a neon green color.
All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Huh? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, 2 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So, what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
He's not going to let her off easy, is
Mr.
he?
Torres, in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
Sunday fun day.
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th,
Oof.
correct?
Yes.
I love it.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had
Gail.
all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay.
Oh, Lauren, love you,
Still,
honey.
your testimony is there was no loud boom.
I'm
that
sorry,
shook the
tomorrow's gonna
walls
be
of
a
your
bad
townhouse At
day.
about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
I pray it's easier
To the
than
best
what
of your
you're
memory.
expecting it to be.
Correct?
Correct.
Love you.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child, would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me, he was just making sure that Lucas was covered for pickup or drop-off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. Do you recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did you all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did you all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner?
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing, he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr.
I wonder if
Torres
you can
called his
get
brother
the
Boone, correct?
dry eye stuff from the
Do
commissary.
you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother
Maybe she
that
just has really
they'd been
bad dry
joking?
eye. That's why she's blinking so much.
I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it, because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of,
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was
Nice,
you
Kel.
who was looking
Nice.
at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threatened.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call, and if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes, flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points and times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
No, I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
yes,
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right.
Her
so
blinking
just
is
summarize the day to make sure.
crazy pants.
You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
It's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Uh-oh. What's going on? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why is it loading like that? Hold on, folks. Hold on just a second while I run over to another stream, see if I can see if it's an issue with them or what.
Please.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see how far behind I am here anyway. Should be pretty close. Okay, let me share this tab instead. We saw that part. Okay, hold on.
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I gotta fast forward it.
Mine, yes, flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points and times when you picked him out?
I did sometimes.
Okay. And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave?
Sorry, we're having to re-listen to this little part. There was an issue with the other stream I was using from Trial TV Live. They're working on it. But in the meantime, I just ran over to Law and Crime so we could finish this up here. So let's continue. And we're going to hear it just a couple minutes behind.
Your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it was the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you've described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
Yeah.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No. That's
Okay.
just,
So you both hide?
no.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or you guys have house rules? Cool.
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower, were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Oh my God, the hide and seek.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Oh,
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right, right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay.
right, Amanda.
Can the defendant stand down?
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
Go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Oh Lord, he's gonna have her do a whole show us how you do it thing. Oh my God, he's putting gloves on. He's gonna get the suitcase out. Wow. Oh my God, like my belly is flip-flopping. I'm nervous. Ah! Even the court reporter is like, oh my God. Right, Amanda, would be too. I would have done peed all over myself at this point. Mm-mm.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
Oh my God.
His back was this way, and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got
He
out
was
of?
short, Amanda. I think they said he was like 5'3"
I didn't want to make you go down there.
or something.
If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold up. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
Oh my God, this is a whole thing.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember what? Which one it was in?
This side.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Lord, Lord, Lord.
Objections overruled.
All right.
If you're most comfortable, sir.
Madam Court, are we ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you
Right,
want me to
Brenda?
do it, I'm fine. You take
She's
your
bigger
direction.
now. Yeah.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase works. was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here,
Okay.
right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer?
She's like, sure.
It's not over there? Where did you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it, or?
When you're done zipping
With the
it
hole.
shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Oh my Lord, don't bend over too much, Boone.
Just tell me what it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was cut open. I mean, it's
Good
not-
heavens.
Yes, this one was already pretty much, yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat.
Lord have mercy.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him because you didn't hit him with the bat outside of the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Oh wow, that was a quick cross-examination.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him, and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase,
The suitcase, yes.
the suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a
Yeah.
moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
That was didn't really work in her favor, I don't think, Sarah. You probably should have just
All right, come on up, y'all.
stayed off the stand. Exactly, Rich. He's outside struggling to zip it. She's struggling to. I mean, it takes, how many people does it take to zip up a suitcase? Right? You got 4 people standing around that suitcase trying to get it zipped. Now, you think the guy inside is going to be able to get out of it? Probably not. Let's see what the defense is. Can't read lips, but I'd love to know what she's telling her right now.
The recess for the evening. Thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
Well, that was pretty crazy. She flopped that big time, huh? I believe the jury saw right through that. I think they did, but that's just me. Someone said had a really good comment in here earlier today.
Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those in evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
He has to have an awful lot of minutes with his client. But someone in here earlier today had a really good point. They said something about, we thought that we'd have it in the bag, a guilty verdict, and then we go back to Casey Anthony. We thought that we had that one sealed. not so much. So, I mean, I hope that I hope that she doesn't get out of this. But anyway, good night, Renee. Good night. You have a good night too, India. Thank you for coming and hanging out today, here and over in the Ferris trial stream. Yeah. Casey Anthony, she sure did. She walked right out of that. Scot-free.
Would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her. We've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of Jorge Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand
I'm not
that?
sure, Miss King. I think
Okay.
the jury.
Ma'am,
but
earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right, so ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've
Right,
had
Rich?
with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those
Excuse
rights
me
was
for
the
the
right to
yawns.
testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding.
for the evening?
Sorry.
That's okay.
My understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan would be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
And then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If
He was tiny,
I'm
you're
hoping
right.
that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brannon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in Baytown.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay, she's
All
right.
right. So they're going to
Okay.
figure out their schedule-y things. And they're done. They are leaving. Hold on a second. My Alexa machine is back here playing music. Hold on just a second. I just all of a sudden heard Black Hole Sun playing. I'm like, what? Where did that come from? I don't know. I must have said something that made it want to play that. Oh, Renee, that's awful. She said her abuser was a huge hulking monstrosity. I would look kind of pale if I were her too. I'm just saying, after what she just went through today, the kind of vomit that came out of her mouth, word vomit. No. You guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me all day today. I appreciate it. You guys have been so awesome in the chat and respectful. I appreciate that. You guys have been funny too. I love when y'all come in with the funny comments. It cracks me up. Lightens the mood, lightens the whole horrific situation. I'll never be able to say that word without thinking of Sarah Boone again. Horrific or intentional. Right? Same for you guys. Yeah. And the cameraman goes back to the seal, the great seal of the state of Florida. In God we trust. Yeah, make sure that you guys give this video a thumbs up before you leave. I would appreciate it. It really helps to, kind of boost the video out to people who don't know that we're over here. So, definitely helps. Renee says, yes, nor view luggage the same way, right? Oh, my God. Absolutely. If you're new here, would love for you to subscribe. Would love to invite you to click that subscribe button, click on the notification bell, and click the little all option so that you get all the notifications. Or Pop-Tarts, right, Sherry? Yeah, or Pop-Tarts. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with more Boone. Boone. All right? And Dr. Pepper. Oh, my God, right? So funny. There's so many words and so many things that we think of now with trials that when we see them or hear them, we're like, oh, that makes me think of this trial or that trial. Like pork chops, right? Pork chops, Dr. Pepper, Pop-Tarts. Rich said I was 120 pounds at 10 years old. Yeah. George was a small feller. He was a small fella. All right, you guys, I'm going to get on out of here. I wanted to do a Delphi stream. I'm going to play that by ear this evening. It depends on what's going on with the family. I try to get the little kiddo in the bed by starting around 7:15, 7:30. I don't know. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to hop back in and do another Delphi stream. If I do, it'll be a very small one. But yeah, his poor family. I know. I feel bad for them. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back either later tonight for Delphi stuff. If not, if you don't see me come back about Delphi, you guys go check out some of the channels. Andrea Burkhart, her channel on YouTube, Defense Diaries, Hidden True Crime. I'm trying to think. There's several where you can get updates. So, but hopefully I can come back tonight. If not, like I said, yeah, Defense Diaries has been there. Yep. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you later. Bye.